星の光が瞳に差して泣けちゃうくらい綺麗だと笑う顔は時間すら超えて輝いてる土砂降りに打たれてうずくまってもにじむしかいこと飲み込むから僕と塊と君で立ってるんだつまずきは進化のうちきっと愛だ愛さ誰か思うよりもキュートで巨大さナンセンスなバーテンドはごめんだどうか愛をドアの最果ての地の果て君に会いたいって願うから描き出した物語さねえ月とじ今日も愛を歌うよ響け長い夜を越えて遠い銀河の果ていくら生まれ変わっても覚えていてラララララそっと顔を近づけてみた土としれの
Good morning, chat. Hello and welcome back to Painting with Ava. Hi, I'm Ava. It's me. Good morning. It is a pretty chilly Monday morning here where I'm at. Oh boy. I hope everybody is doing well. I hope you're all warm. I hope you're all safe. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Oh man. Jay, you want to know something funny? Yesterday was kind of slow for Warhammer news, and I'll tell you what. I was like, oh, okay. No, I mean, that makes sense. It was a Sunday. The second I closed the stream yesterday, bam, more news. Goodness gracious. So we'll talk about it this morning. I'm still waking up. No breakfast for me this morning. I had a late little snack, and I still feel full. You ever do that? You ever do that? You wake up and you're like, I'm actually not hungry. They're releasing Rankin Bass Orcs. Yep. We'll talk about it. I saw someone online talking about them, and they said something to the effect of, I hate FOMO. And I thought to myself, I don't think this person knows what FOMO is. Oh, I've got my water. You know what I should get? I got these little loafers. And they got like some fur inside. But here, I'm actually gonna go get them. Oh, I've got him. That's better. Ooh, we're in comfy mode now. Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am. Yes, them. Yes'm? Yes'm? Yes, comrade? Oh. FYI, we're just a little over a week from Adepticon. You'd think they'd announce the show by now. They'll probably announce it either today or within the week. 100%. We know the day it is. It's the 25th. So the only announcement, like people who follow Adepticon and are going to go to Adepticon have either already bought their tickets or are about to buy their tickets. But like general other audiences, we're just waiting for the announcement to see like when do I tune into the live stream. Oh. I love water. Chat, we got some Warhammer news. Warhammer news. Breaking news. Breaking news from literally the moment I closed stream yesterday. Breaking news. I drew Lorgar for the Magnus episode. I gotta touch him up a little bit. Breaking news. The boys have been drawn. I'm very, very, very excited. Choir boy Logar, yeah. I gotta touch these up a little bit. But for what they're at, I'm pretty happy. Chat, I also have some Mark IIs coming tomorrow. So if we time something correctly, if we time this all correctly, maybe the video will have some Coco Melon for you guys, some jingling keys visually of me painting a Thousand Suns Legionary. We'll see how that goes. I'm excited. All right, Warhammer news. Ding, 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 ding. We got some Warhammer news, everybody. The new Legio Custodes battle group is coming out. I think for what the battle groups are, they're basically just combat patrols. This is an insanely good deal. This is an insanely good deal. You get a leader, regular-ass Custodes, a Dreadnought, and a tank. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. 12 helmeted and 12 unhelmeted options. 6 Sentinel Guard with 12 and 12. A Contemptor. And an Annihilator tank. Very, very cool. Liber Custodes of Forces of the Emperor Army Book. My goodness. There are the deals the combat patrols used to be. The Glaive Super Heavy Special Weapons Tank. Goodness gracious. 718 transfers. My God. That's a lot of transfers. A new Journal Tactica. Okay, here's the orcs that are going to be made to order. Temporarily. You can get these orcs until the 30th. You have to order them by the 30th, and then what happens is GW goes... Because these are, like, metal sculpts. GW goes, okay, let's say 1,000 people ordered these. Okay, we're going to make 1,000 of them, and then we're shipping them all out. That's why they take, like, 180 days to get to you. Like, they take a while. They don't have these, like, just sitting on a shelf. I saw somebody go, like, I'm so tired of this FOMO shit. Oh, and I stared at that for a while, and I was like, I don't think you understand what FOMO is. Because, like, I don't know. This fear of missing out. Yeah. They're like, I'm so tired of this FOMO stuff with all these releases. And I was like, they haven't done a release like this in quite a while. For Old World? For Fantasy? Not like this. I used to have all the orcs that you're showing. Goodness gracious. It's how I got the 2018 Noise Marine. Yeah. I mean, they look funny. They're classic. Okay. All right. Here's the thing that I wanted to... Here's the thing that I really wanted to talk about today. Because, okay. There's going to be some new tools. They're rebranding it to Warhammer Color. Sure, whatever. All right. Fuck that. All right, new dice? Cool. I actually kind of like these dice. These are fun. Fuck that. What the hell is this? What the hell is this? Now, they have clarified the old painting, the current painting handle that you can go buy for like 12 bucks, that is not going away. And they're saying, oh, this is like if you're on a budget, you can get this painting handle. What the fuck is this? What do you mean on a budget? Is it $1? Is it $1? I can see, okay, you know what's gonna happen? Watch it. You see these? You see these? Watch what's gonna happen. You're gonna set like a Chaos Terminator in this thing. And you're gonna like make sure it's really snug and keep trying to make sure it's snug, and one of these fucking things is gonna snap. 100% it's gonna snap. Dude, if it's anything over than like $2, this is a piece of shit. Do not buy it. Do not buy this. My God. I'm really scared that we're gonna see like a couple content creators go like, actually, I really like this personally, and then we're gonna see a bunch of people online who don't form their own opinions go like, actually, the new painting handle is awesome. And we're gonna go, did you use it yourself? Though I know, but XYZ uses it. What the fuck is this? Is the Custodes box a FOMO box? No. This is like their combat patrol for Heresy. Also, remember what they say. The GW employees on that, where they revealed these. They said, oh, they will be usable in both 40K and Heresy, and you should not trust that! You should not trust that! I don't trust it. You shouldn't either. And there's some more Warhammer Plus stuff. Do not trust that. There have been more than one occasions of like, guys, you'll be able to use this across both systems. And then a couple months pass and they go, psych, actually. Form your own opinions. I have ChatGPT to do that for me. Yes. I push up the thickest glasses you've ever seen. Would you excuse me? Something smells like it's burning, and either it's somebody outside, or something very bad is happening. We'll see. I think somebody's just doing something outside. I checked the oven and stuff. We're all good. The paint fumes are getting to Ava. Fuck you and fuck off. And leave me to my lotions. Oh, the floor just cracked. I'm afraid I might fuck. Out of all this, like, the Custodes thing is cool, obviously. Like, I like the Custodes. I really, really, really like the new Custodes. I think these are exactly what Custodes should have been from the start. They look awesome. Very, very, very cool. But my favorite thing, honestly, chat, I'm kind of fucking with the dice. I'm kind of really fucking with the dice. I like them a lot. Thank you for streaming today, Ava. Really need the company / distraction right now. You're welcome. God, look at them. I kind of fuck with the dice heavy. I kind of do. Now, they did say that we're going to expect a news thing today. This is from yesterday. So we'll see. We'll see. Oh! Breaking news! Heraldry of the Dark Mechanicum Part 2. Breaking news. We have some Dark Mechanicum representation in the form of an article. Ah, with a paint guide. That's very much appreciated. Here we go. Iron and black armor. Some gold trim. Very cool. Very cool. One of the most prolific and powerful Dark Mechanicum forges, Cyclothraith, dominated much of the northern reaches of the Imperium under Horus's patronage and embraced all forms of forbidden technology. Its Tagmata, under the control of the infamous Archmagos Dracovac, specialized in the use of profane automata and towering knights augmented with devices whose operation often proved as dangerous to allies as it was to the enemy. Retlaxi. This forge world had long paid host to detachments of the Legio Mortis, and was part of a traitor Kelbor Hall's plans to destroy the Imperium. Far from Mars and Terra, it served as one of the main production hubs for the creations of the fallen Magi, producing hosts of multi-legged war engines to fight alongside the corrupted titans of the Legio Mortis. Very cool. Sarum. In the years before the Horus Heresy, Sarum was a minor forge world with little influence, known for its divergent and bloody cult practices. With the outbreak of the Horus Heresy, its devotion to the chaos power known as Khorne became obvious, and its links to the world leaders gave it the power to conquer and destroy its foes. Its axe-wielding priests and terrifying close combat automata proved to be the nightmares to those that opposed them. Oh, let's do a difference between these two. This one has like a bone white added to the, yeah, this one's just like grayish white and then red. And like a modified cog World Eater symbol. That's cool. That's cool. Urdesh. Urdesh, a minor forge world at the edge of the Segmentum Solar, served as the hub for saboteurs striking at Loyalist holdings. Insurgent cadre of tech priests and corrupted automata were smuggled behind Loyalist lines to wreak havoc and disrupt the Loyalist defenses. Their leaders were known for their devotion to the hedonistic breed of chaos later known as Slanesh, and for using hordes of debased tech thralls in battle. Just some black and bronze. Like almost a brass, actually. Like more of a brass trim. Very cool. Very cool. The new custodians give me the same feelings as the sisters did when I got into them. I think I understand what you mean. Xana 2. Oft overlooked by history, Xana 2 had long been a stronghold of divergent technological research, sanctioned by Mars on numerous occasions. Though Loyalist forces stopped it from exerting its might during the early years of the Horse Heresy, the Magi of Xana 2 focused on infusing war machines with demonic anima. We shove demons and shit. Bone white and black, lots of runes and stuff. You would pair these probably with word bearers. Very cool though. Esteban 3, one of 2 forge worlds in the Esteban system, was a key center of industry with the Imperium thanks to its vast orbital shipyards. Yet it also served as a seat of power for the secretive The Imperium shittin' fartin'. It's a fucking tech cult. A faction within the Mechanicum dedicated to the aspect of chaos later known as Zinch. They spread their heretical beliefs to several other worlds and even into the ranks of the Legio Tempestus. And as an outbreak of the Horse Heresy, they turned the vast resources of the world and the power of its cult to the service of Horus and the traitor cause, alongside its sister forge world of Esteban 7. Esteban 3 served as one of the few trader domains within the Segmentum Solar and became a key source of voidcraft and war engines for Horus's onslaught of Terra. Cool. And that's it. The Mechanicum Combat Force. This, I don't know how good of a deal this is. I don't play Mechanicum. I don't really have much of an interest. At least in this part of the army. Chonky boys, indeed. Indeed. Yeah, I don't know too much about Mechanicum, other than that their rules are very complicated and not for me. I wish the Solar Auxilia had this level of cool sub-factions in Horse Heresy. They kind of do. They released a whole thing a while ago when the Solar Auxilia was getting a big refresh. They released a bunch of material going like, oh, and here are the colors of the Solar Auxilia that was paired up with the Ultramarines, and paired up with the Iron Hands, and paired up with the Iron Warriors, and yada, yada, yada. You can still find them. I sent one to my friend like 4 months ago. It's pretty cool. You can get real nerdy with your, it's weird to say historical accuracy, but you know what I mean. Very cool. Very cool. The Dark Mechanicum. Is it bad that I think we are sooner to get Dark Mechanicum, like actual proper Dark Mechanicum models, way before we get them in 40K? Apologies, you know me, I'm all sneezy in the mornings. Check out the 2026 Warhammer Open swag boxes. The what? Host of Warhammer Opens coming up over the next few months, and one of the perks of having these top events is the swag boxes. Treasure trove of Warhammer treats for those attending official open events, and this year's collection is better than ever. Even the box itself is pulling its weight. It converts into a mobile paint station, so you can put the finishing touches on your miniatures before you unleash them in battle. I mean, that's kind of cool. Ticket holders each get the standard swag box included for the price of their ticket, but you can also upgrade to the premium swag box for even more goodies. Here's what you get in each box. The standard swag box, ticket, some shit, some coins, a cute little journal for your... Oh, that's adorable. Painting station. I'm guessing this is like a paint mat. £10 store voucher. Oh, there's stickers. Okay. Cool. That's cute. Poker chip tokens. But the premium swag box. What the fuck is that? Collapsible paint water cup. That's kind of cool, I guess. The combat gauge. Okay. Metal coin featuring iconography from one of 9 Heresy Legions. Dry erase score sheets for 40k. That's actually awesome. And there's one for AOS. That's actually kind of sick. Cloth patch featuring iconography from one of the Horus Heresy Legions. Gameplay tokens, collapsible paint cup. Yeah, the best thing in this, honestly, is the dry erase board. Genuinely. That's actually a really good idea. Was there any measurements on that gauge? That's what you get. The box into the painting station. Where are the Orky Gits? We're doing some Warhammer news right now. Get your tickets now for Warhammer Open. Oh my gosh. Let's go back to the dry erase thing. That is by far the coolest thing. The journal is fine. I like the journal a lot. But the dry erase scoreboard, amazing. Actually a really, really, really good thing. I can see these patches and these coins going up on eBay like right after the event is over. You know what? Not even. It'll be like day 1. Get your Thousand Suns coin for the low, low price of $50 dues. Sealed by order of the Inquisition. I mean, that's kind of cute. I mean, that's pretty cute. Yeah. I don't hate it. It seems that's all the Warhammer news for today. At least right now. We'll check back in later. Oh, that's why I still feel tired. I haven't taken my, not my meds. I don't take any, medication. Not currently. I can't even fucking get my hands on it. They told me there was a national shortage for like 4 years. And then they were like, it's finally back. And I said, 1 month supply, please. And they said, absolutely. $600, please. And I said, what? I said, here's this cool coupon I found. And they went, yeah, that's after the coupon. And I went, oh. Okay. Well, I guess I'm just not gonna have my ADHD medication. And that was like 7 years ago. Very funny, you know? Oh boy. Ultramarine player getting a Word Bearer's coin and World Eater's patch would be funny. The joys of healthcare. Woo! I couldn't believe when I came home and I was chatting with my mom about like life goals and stuff. And she was like, "So where are you guys going to live?" Talking about me and Carrie. And she was like, "I know you think Canada is great and all." And I said, "Yeah, it is." And she was like, "But the Medicare system is like, it's just not that good. It's not all it's cracked up to be." And I was like, "Well, there is some truth to that. But also, I don't think you understand." We had a long conversation about healthcare and shit. And I came away from that going like, "Oh, I don't think you did any research on how this actually works." Which is fine, you know, I don't expect her to. But it was just funny how many things she was just like, and this is what the this is what the healthcare system is like in Canada. And I went, that's literally the opposite. The example I always point to with her, and that she always seemingly forgets, is I'm like, Carrie's mom had cancer. She passed away from it. And if they had to pay for that and it wasn't covered by the free healthcare of Canada, like, she would still be in debt. Like, it's ridiculous. Yeah, no, Ivy, you're entirely right. It is not all it's cracked up to be, but it's way better than fucking America. It's like the rest of the world is pretty alright with their healthcare, and then it's like a power gap, and then another power gap beneath the floor, and there's America's healthcare system. And unfortunately, she was like going like, I love my mom, but she grew up in a world where America #1. She is very much in the whole like American exceptionalism type mindset, which is fine. That's all right. But then when it comes to certain topics like this, it's hard for her to kind of understand, like, no, it's not like America is this utopia and everywhere else, like, everybody's like savages. Like, you know what I mean? I got onto a friend of mine a long time ago who like had he made a pretty not okay comment in regards to, like, I can't even remember where it was. But he made a not okay comic, and I was like, I got a little tilted. I was like, do you think the rest of the world is just like fucking barbarians just because they don't live one-to-one lives like we do? Like, dude, they're just people. Like, there's just people living their own fucking lives. Oh, man. People just be people. I bet if I walked into any fucking building on this planet, I was like, hey, what's up? Can I get a coffee? Even if we don't speak the same language, I bet they could vibe me out and be like, yeah. Why should I pay for healthcare if I never needed it? This is what your taxes would pay for in Canada. Paint, paint, paint all day long. I'm waking up. Longinus, do you say your name like that, or do you go with the Evangelion new dub on Netflix where they say Longinus? Do you prefer... Which one do you prefer? Do you prefer where it sounds like an actual name, or do you like it when it sounds sort of like a disease? Oh no, Shinji, it's the Lance of Longinus. Ugh, the what? Ew. Disgusting. Long Guinness. God. Isn't the motto of the Imperium not me, therefore barbarian? Yeah. It's the motto of every fucking evil-ass empire. Antarctica, you want what? We're in the middle of the Barren Frozen I said, what do you mean coffee? Oh, sorry. My bad. My bad. The Imperium does also consider most of the Imperium to be barbarians, too. Yeah. They're an evil fucking empire. Oh, boy. Okay. Let's switch over to the painting desk. Okay. Oh, my microphone cable's all tangled. Oh! Something fell. One moment. Alrighty. Chat, today we're painting my first orc. He just got a bit of an headache. This is Sergeant Jovan, a limited edition miniature that released at some point in the past. And I like him. So I asked a friend of mine, Vivi, moderator of the show. I asked her, yo, do you have this file as a 3D print? And she was like, yeah. And I was like, can I have? And she was like, yeah. But we're going to paint an orc today, chat. You got a bit of a headache. Sergeant Jovan. I painted enough Ultramarines to where you guys kind of know the process. We're going to go through our burnt siennas and stuff like that. I'm going to try to position the camera where I'm actually like showing you what's going on. Because I've noticed in looking through some of the VODs, like what I'll do is I'm painting, right? And then I scrunch up my arms because I'm trying to do like details and stuff. So I'm going to try to do it from this position today. And we'll see how that goes. First orc. Yeah. This is accurate, actually. I've never painted an orc before. For those who are just joining us today, this is going to be the end result of the Ultramarine armor. I like it. I like my Ultramarine armor. I like it textured. I like it vibrant. I like it gritty looking. Them arms get scrunchy. It's true. I go into sort of like a shrimp position. I'm going to use burnt sienna. Then we're going to use dark gray blue. To be fair, a decapitated helmet was my first Space Wolf. Yeah! Then we're going to hit it with a blue. And we're going to hit it with a sky blue. Then we're going to hit it with a white blue. That will be the armor of the Space Marine. As for the orc, well, we're going to base him in burnt sienna, and then we're going to go from there. But first, we need some water. So, I'll be right back. Give me like 10 seconds. Chat, I was thinking about the Cassandra bit from yesterday. I was thinking about it for most of the day. And I was like, that was really fucking funny. The Cassandra bit was really fucking funny. Father, I foretold that investing in Bitcoin is actually a nightmarish idea. Don't do it. What do you know, Cassandra? You fucking idiot. Alright, Father. Whatever you say. My money! My money! Who could have told? Who could have foreseen this? I did, Father. Who could have been there to warn me? It's a good bit. It's a good bit, Cassandra posting. It's really good. Burnt sienna. Haven't built or painted a model yet, so I need to know from someone who knows more about this. Would using an actual piece of fabric in place of the cape actually work as a kit bash? Feel free to do it, but typically, no. What some people do is they'll use this material called green stuff, which is a mix of these, it's like a green and a blue, or like a yellow and a blue kind of thing. It's a yellowish green. Anyway, you mix them together, and you get something along the lines of like clay, or like a putty, and you can shape it. Some people also use just normal clay, but it gets you this sort of dealio going on here. So like I used a little bit of a strip to sort of hide the connection point of this Chaos Axe and this Space Wolf Axe. But some people use them for fabric. Some people use them to make chainmail. Two-part epoxy. Thank you. Thank you. I would recommend sculpting. If you want to look more into like using actual cloth, I would recommend looking into the Grimdark Compendium, which is a great channel that does a lot of, as you can imagine, grimdark miniature painting art styles. But they use things like fabric and more, not complicated, but more what's the word I'm looking for? Non-traditional techniques with their painting. All right, we've got Sergeant Jovan here, and we're just gonna start basing. I've got burnt sienna. I do not care what this color gets, because this is our dirt layer. I just want to make sure that the paint is going on smoothly and not building up texture. We don't want texture just yet. That's for later. If there's a place I cannot reach, that's all right. Generally use green stuff and other sculpting materials. Yep. You can also mix green stuff with another epoxy called Milliput. It'll make it a little more... Green stuff is pretty tough to work with. Like, it's literally, like, very tough to actually sculpt with. But if you mix it with Milliput, it can become a bit softer and easier to work with. You also want to be sure that your hands are, like, slightly wet. Like, you want to make sure you have a bit of water, paint water or what have you on your hands while you're working with it so your fingerprints don't show up. Alternatively, what you can do is wear gloves, or you can sculpt, and then take some water or even sculpting tools and just, like, smooth it out, you know? Or use Vaseline. Vaseline as well. Yep. What's your favorite Ultramarine Company scheme? I like blue with the gold trim for second, red trim for third. I really like Second Company because it's all of your primary colors. You got your blue. Focus, damn you, focus. You got your blue, your red, and your yellow in the form of the gold. I like the normal box art schemes because they picked them for a reason, because they stand out. I love me some Black Legion. I love me some Ultramarines. Chat, I'm telling you, I can't wait till we get a better light, because the light I have now, it's not terrible. It's not terrible, but it's also not good. It's not the best. It's not the best. Okay, we're just waiting for this to dry. Current box art towel or old box art towel? That's the one that I'm gonna be like, you know what? I prefer the old one. I like the normal Tau Sept. Like, normal Tau Sept looks a lot better than the Viola Sept that they have on the box now. I like it a lot better. One sec, just adjusting. It's trying to focus on, like, other shit that I don't want it to focus on. As you can see, the base coat is not perfect. If the camera would stay in focus for once. As you can see, the base coat is not perfect, but that's honestly fine. We just need this for a dirt layer. Although, I am going to cover a few bits with a normal brush. Just to make sure that it gets into the places that I actually want. So, like, there's a splotch there. There's a few places that the primer didn't hit. So I'm going to cover those with burnt sienna. Excuse me. Oh my goodness. Are your steps written down somewhere, or should I check the VODs? VODs, I go into it, and I talk about it. I try to talk about it as I'm doing the steps every single time, because I know that there are going to be people who come by who haven't watched the VODs, so I try to make sure that everybody can follow along. But we're starting from a black base coat. We're putting on some burnt sienna from Pro Acryl. This is our dirt layer. These guys are going to be all in a Nevada orangish kind of desert. And when I base them, I'm actually going to use the burnt sienna pigment powder to really dust up their feet and the bases. And that's going to look really cool. That's going to fit in with our dirt layer here and make them really blend in with the environment. Just making sure I get this paint everywhere I want there to be dirt. I'm mostly just covering the unprimed spots right now. So like particularly the back of the head, the bottom of the backpack. Okay. That should be good enough. The orc. I so apologize for anybody who's first time they're like, man, this motherfucker sneezes a lot. Real sniffly, this guy. I have allergies, and they sort of act up in the mornings. But I will get better, I promise. It's just the morning's a little rough. Somebody left a very kind comment on yesterday's VOD that was like, oh, like me and my brother suffer from allergies as well. Have you tried like medications? Yes. Yes, I have. Every counter allergy medicine, supplement, whatever, I've tried them. And some work some days and some don't work. Like when we go visit Carrie's sister Jenny, she has a dog named Cosmo. I would die for Cosmo. I would sacrifice. I would do some evil shit to get Cosmo to like me. I do some like berserk level Baylet shit. You know what I'm talking about? I love Cosmo to death. I can't be around Cosmo some days. Some days I'm like, fuck yeah, I'm working. I'm doing great. Cosmo, you and me, we're best buds. And there are some days where, like, I walk out and I'm taking poison damage. I wake up, I'm next to Carrie in bed, and I can just tell there's something about the air. And I walk out, and I go, you know? Here we have a mummy of the late Ava Lynn Davies. We've made a 3D print of their throat so that we know what kind of sounds they made. They blew air through the windpipe and it made this sound. Ah! What's the plan with this miniature again? Sergeant Jovan is going to be an Ultramarine Sergeant. He's gonna be just a normal-ass sergeant. The orc, we're probably gonna make a goth. I've never painted an orc before though, so maybe we'll see. Maybe we'll just make him like sort of a nondescript regular orc boy. I don't know. I'm excited though. Like, look at him. He's kind of perfect. Goth or Bad Moons? I do like the Goth scheme a lot. We're also going to show off some cool techniques to make the armor look like particularly rusty. Because, as I've said before, there's always been somebody who has said, when we get to the painting step of like the bolters and stuff, they go, oh, that looks rusty, that looks awesome. And I've always said, oh, you could do XYZ to keep that rust effect, but I've never shown it, and I've never had the opportunity to. But this orc, perfect opportunity. Okay. Dark gray blue. We're going to cover a lot of the miniature with this. We're still overbrushing. I'm going to use a big dome brush for this. Why a dome brush and not something like a flat square brush? Flat square brushes are designed to catch edges. So they're really good for tanks or edge highlighting very quickly. Not so good for when we want to cover the majority of the armor. That's where the dome comes in. I want to make sure that my brush is damp, not dry, but also not wet. Like, look how much water is on this. Like, you can't even see it. Just barely specks. I'm going to dry that off on my paper towel. But, Ava, how do I know when it's damp and when it's dry? When you touch it and it doesn't feel wet, but just feels cold. That's when you know it's damp. And then you're good. You don't need to wash your brush off until you're done dry brushing. Or over brushing in this case. You don't need to worry about it. Dark gray blue, Pro Acryl. I'm going to try to focus most of this on the Ultramarine. But if it gets a bit on the Orc, I'm not too worried about it. Also, his helmet's going to be red. But this is why we're doing this now. The helmet can be red later. This is our shadow blue color, meaning we want this to go wherever we want the darkest shadow. The dirt layer is there for like the deepest cracks, the deepest recesses. This is the actual shadow color of the blue armor. We sort of did some pre-weathering with the burnt sienna. So if I don't reach literally every part of the armor, I'm not worried about it. Need a little more on my palette. What about swapping colors on your dry brush? You don't generally need to as long as you're working with the same type of color. So if I was working from dark gray blue to blue, I'm not washing off the dry brush. I don't care. But if I was working from burnt sienna to dark gray blue, I would care, and I would wash off the brush, make sure it's totally dry, and then make it damp again. Now, for those who have tuned into my streams before, you know what I'm gonna say when it comes to Space Marines and their attitudes and their whole deal with armor and stuff. These are Ultramarines. They're the box art standard. But also, in my mind, where I'm gonna be basing these guys, it's Armageddon. And brother, they've been fighting for months. There is no more time to make armor clean or to maintain it. Their armor is chipped. It's textured. It's dirty. captains and stuff might have the luxury of having serfs take care of them, like a personal, sort of like how knights have that sort of thing, you know? They were going to, oh, we could do the little probe at the same time too. But you know how like knights back in the day, they had like a whole, basically like a whole team of squires that would follow them around to maintain their armor, make sure they got shit done, like that. Because what are Space Marines if not knights in space? I think that's pretty good for a dark blue. I would also, if you were doing a librarian or a, what am I trying to think of? If you were doing a librarian or something like Crimson Fists, this is the blue you want to go with, and you want to stop here. I would genuinely stop here. Maybe do one more highlight, and then you're done. Do not touch it. I'm going to use the other side of this, because this is a makeup brush. I'm going to use the other side of this to base the Homer beacon. I'm not worried about perfect coverage, especially on a little token like this. It's a token. I don't really care. It's a cute little token, but it's a token nonetheless. I'm going to wash that part of the brush off. And then how do you clean off a dry brush? I'll show you. You dip it in some water, and then you dry brush. Now, you're not going to get all the pigment out. You're going to get like 95% of the pigment out, especially when it comes to blue. Blue, oh my god, you're not going to get the pigment out. Because blue as a pigment is so strong, it will stain the color of your brushes, which is why a lot of my dry brushes are blue, and I just keep them for blue. They're just my blue dry brushes. That's it. A blue ultramarine with an armor rusty heresy? Not even heresy. Like, I don't have time to maintain this shit. I'm fighting orcs. I'm fighting Tyranids. I'm fighting the forces of chaos. We're gonna base literally all of these guys on the same type of basing scheme. They're all fighting the same fight. Here's the Terminator captain with a Tyranid head. There's Tyranids on this planet too. This place fucking sucks. Okay. All right. Next color. We're stepping up. Blue. Pants blue. This is going to be our mid-tone. If we covered, like, 98% of the model, we're going to cover, like, 90%. You know what I mean? I'm actually going to switch to a smaller brush for this step, and I'll tell you why. I'll show you. Firstly, we're just going to... Again, blue, you're not going to get all the pigment out. It's just not going to happen. But I'm going to switch to a smaller dry brush. I'm going to switch to this. You might ask yourself why. I'll tell you. This is where we're going to start stippling. This is where we start to do our texture, because all of this so far has been shadows. Now we're getting into the actual color of the armor. So I'm going to take a tiny bit of blue. I'm going to dry brush it as you would normally. I would do it as I do normally. Work it in the bristles, and then we start stippling. I'm just gently poking the mini. And I'm trying to get most of where the panels are actually facing the light. If there's something that's in shadow, such as in between the legs, I do not care. Always try to work thinner. And some people might be watching this goes, won't that create texture? Yes, that is what we want. We want that texture. This armor has been through hell. It is supposed to survive anything you throw at it. How often should you be deep cleaning your brushes? With like brush soap and stuff? I'm really bad with it. I don't really do it ever. I've cleaned one of my brushes. Like deep cleaned. For dry brushes, not that often. I also buy really cheap synthetic brushes. I buy very, very cheap synthetic brushes. Because I know I'm rough with my brushes. I know I'm rough with them. And I don't want to spend like 50 bucks on one brush and then have it be ruined like 10 seconds after I get it. You know what I mean? I've said this to chat before. But another reason why we pick the burnt sienna instead of another color to go underneath the blue armor is because burnt sienna is an orangish brown, as you can plainly see. And orange contrasts with blue. So it's going to make it really stand out when we're all done. But Pro Acryl Blue might be one of my favorite paints ever. Now, I'm not super concerned if Mr. Sergeant Jovan is super duper clean, because the base is telling us a story. He has just gotten done fighting this orc boy. I don't expect him to be super duper clean. Now, if he was super duper clean, that might even be a story of itself. Maybe this orc boy had no chance, and Sergeant Jovan just immediately got him, you know? Like, just absolutely rocked this orc. Maybe. But if he's a little dirty, well, maybe there was a bit of a scrap. Maybe we're still in the middle of a battle. I'm gonna dry off this brush. I'm gonna wash it off. Check the news. Yarick is back. One fucking sec. Shut up. That's not me telling you to shut up. I'm telling you I was right. I was right! 1 second. Breaking news! Breaking fucking news! What did I tell you? 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 I told everybody this from day one when it was like, Yarick is dead. Oh my god. No, the fuck he isn't. He's too popular to die. Nothing ever happens. Nothing ever happens. Didn't Yarick die? No, he went missing, but because it's the Imperium, he was assumed killed in action. Nothing ever happens. Nothing ever happens. Alright, so the box is gonna be orcs for 11th edition. Breaking news! Back from from the dead. Guess who's back? Shady's back. Tell a friend. New animation. Let's check this out. Is this the 11th trailer?
Are we ready?
We're ready.
People of Armageddon.
Soldiers of the Imperial Guard. For decades, we have defended this world. Some of you were born here and know only war. Some of you have grown old upon these battlefields. Some of you were brought from off-world, shipped here to die.
I thank every one of you. But look at what's become of our world.
Graveyards that reach from horizon to horizon. Cities cloaked in ash and dust. All
Industry in ruin. The next wave of greenskins will soon reach our world.
They come in numbers the likes of which we've never seen. We're expected to die in duty. To hold the line.
We cannot.
There is no victory to be had. I cannot ask you.
Did you hear this,
to die
motherfucker? Did you hear what he
Of a
just
world
said?
That was lost long ago.
Commissar, shoot him.
Flee, all of you.
Oh, Commissar! Kill him!
Make for the evacuation track.
Oh, he has normal
World,
morals.
if you are able, run for your life.
Disregard that.
There will be no evacuation.
There will be no cowardice. There will be no defeat. This is our city. This is our world. Soldiers of Armageddon!
Make ready.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So, the 11th box is Space Marines and Orcs, and the entire edition's gonna be themed around Armageddon. I fucking knew it. I fucking knew it. Sebastian Yarrick returns to his old stomping grounds with a new miniature that pays tribute to the old Yarrick models of the past. The hero of Hades still sports his iconic pose, raising a pilfered orc power claw high and shouting defiance at his foes. You'll notice the blazing bionic eye, billowing sash, shoulder amplitudes, and distinctive hat that have all carried through from earlier versions of the miniature. Very good. Very good. God, look at. God damn, bro. Is that a Stormbolter he's carrying? Yep. He's so strong, he's able to hold it. So, yeah. This was the... Okay, it's not even the end of 10th edition yet. 11th edition isn't here. One edition. I died. But I lived. Hype for Armageddon Steel Legion, perchance? Pfft, no. No. Steel Legion isn't getting their own range. What are you, crazy? You got your Krieg, and you will convert them to Steel Legion. You'll be fucking happy about it. Katachan is next, baby. How about Sprues? Nope, that's it. Yarrick is back. He was never dead in the first place. He was just missing in action. John is calling me. John is calling me. John. Hold on, you're not coming through for the people. John, welcome to the show.
I fucking knew it, Ava. I fucking knew it.
Yeah.
How many fucking times did we have to?
How many times have we had the conversation of, well, he's not dead? I bet there's a lot of people right now going like, but my Angron versus Gazgul thing. What the fuck? The thing that was completely made up.
And then somebody like, was that the thing on Reddit on Grimdank? Somebody admitted they made up like years ago.
Yeah, the dude who actually started that was like, yeah, I made this up and it got way out of hand. I don't know what the fuck just happened. Crazy.
I fucking knew it.
People thought he was actually dead. Yeah, because, you know.
Because they put out a post saying that he died, you know, and they put it out in character of, you know, people in the Imperium who would report that.
Yeah,
and the Imperium never lies.
In the Leviathan book, in the core rules, it specifically states he is missing in action, assumed killed in action.
Yeah.
So the second it's like, oh, he's not, like, we don't have a body, he's not dead.
You don't have a body. And then people were pointing to that freaking little skull with a cybernetic eye on Angron's
Even though
model.
that's like the most generic shit that you could ever fucking see in a Warhammer miniature. God damn. No, cool trailer. Very cool. I'm glad that we're back on Armageddon. I love me. Hey, fitting, given what I'm going to base all of my fucking minis on. They're all on Armageddon, so fuck it. Dude, and we're painting an orc today. It was made to be. It was meant. It was meant to be. My goodness.
Angron versus Gaz can still be real in my heart. Well, I have good news.
Do you know who else is on Armageddon right now? Number 1, the Grey Knights. Number 2, Angron. Everybody is on Armageddon right now.
Yeah. Yeah, it can still happen. But
it can still happen, but not in the way that people are like, it's the match of the century. Dude, Clegane Bull, get hype. It's not gonna happen. It's not gonna happen like that. Oh, man.
All right. Anyways, I just wanted to check in, say hello.
No, absolutely. Thank you for stopping by. We fucking... Vindication!
Yeah, vindication.
Vindication! Finally! All right, you have a wonderful day, John. I'll chat with you later.
Take care. Have a nice stream.
See ya. Vindication, chat. It feels so good. It feels so good to always be fucking right. It feels so good to be right about everything. God. Back to painting Sergeant Jovan, who is on Armageddon with our dear friend Orc here. We're back. We're back to Armageddon, baby. Everyone is here. Yeah, literally. Okay. I'm gonna switch to this brush. This is a ELF concealer brush that, as you can tell from the pigment inside the brushes, I used for these blue steps. Vindication! Is Dante on Armageddon? That I'm less sure of. I'm sure he will be at some point. Space Wolves are on Armageddon. The Ultramarines are about to be there. Yeah, I have never been more sure in my life of 11th is taking place on Armageddon. It's going to be Space Marines versus Orcs in the box. And that's awesome. That's great. Now, because this miniature is all one piece, it's going to be a little hard to get into certain areas, such as the belt here. So I might switch to a normal brush for that part. just gonna cover everywhere that should not be in shadow. Oh, Christ. If I'm ever dry brushing traditionally, wherein I'm going up and down, I am only hitting the miniature on the downstroke because the light is coming from above, and it's going to catch the edges better that way. Okay. Let's move to the beacon. I'm gonna switch to a normal brush just to get like some of the armor panels that we can't reach, such as like in between his tummy. And I'm just gonna be doing very, very light stippling. I'm just gonna be doing like just tapping. Oh no. No, 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 not this one. Not this one. We gotta get the hell out of here. You should not do this with your normal brushes, this little stippling motion I'm doing. Do not do that for your normal brushes. I'm doing it because this brush is old. We gotta get the hell out of here.
Sky blue. Same idea, but we're going to be focusing on where the light is hitting. This is where we start getting volumetric highlights. You're late, Crump! We already know. We looked at the trailer and everything. That's a very blue orc. He's got a bit of a headache, but he'll be fine. Change gears. Excuse me. Oh, fuck. I'm alright. Some folks on Adric point out we don't see any obvious Steel Legion in the trailer. No, we don't. You have your Krieg models, and you will be happy with them. No Steel Legion for you. Cadians too. Yeah, the dude at the start was like, some of you are from off-world, come here to die, or sent here to die. So that's what they do to justify, like, oh yeah, get your Cadians in here, get your Catachan in here. I love the Steel Legion. Me too. Final step. A dry brush of white blue. A very selective dry brush. I'm going to be using my smallest dry brush I have. I love the Steel Legion! I love the Steel Legion! Too streaky. Just right. I'm gonna go in with a tiny brush and edge highlight selectively some parts, mainly where the armor is all chipped. I'll be using my tiniest brush for this. You know what? We're gonna do a sky blue for that instead. We're gonna do a little bit of sky blue in there. Because I think the white blue is a little too bright, but it's fine. He's looking a bit bright, and that's all right. I'm actually going back to sky blue, and I'm gonna dry brush a little bit and stipple where I don't want it to be as bright on the shoulder pads. We can always fix our mistakes or our oversteps, chat. We can always fix them. And because this is gonna be like really subtle, it'll work out. I have not washed my brush. I am gonna go back to the white blue. Just do a little bit of stippling. And I'm happy with that. Okay. If you want to see what it looks like when you overdo it, the first Terminator I painted, we overdid it. But genuinely, when he's next to a full squad, it's not noticeable. Here's the one that we overdid, the dry brushing step. Here's what it looks like when you overdo it a bit on the Homer. You want a lot more of that sky blue in there. Check DMs. Yes, man. Yes. Finally. Dude, Ultramarines, we get nothing, bro. We need to have more. More like this, bro. Yes. Thank you, Possum. Chat, we're doing some edge highlights and stuff, so we're gonna just jam the fuck out. I've cranked up the music.
Be the dumb
Finally finished building magnetizing my Questoris, and I'm really proud of my first time magnetizing kit. Good job! Here's the big wash step. Hello, welcome. We're jamming. I mixed way too much of this wash, but that's okay. Here's what we're gonna do. The cloak we're gonna make white very quickly, and then we're gonna wash it with the blue wash. Do a second coat in just a minute. We decide what clan that Git belonged to. Goth. Goth. We're gonna wait for the white to dry. Do another coat. Coat it in the blue wash. Easy peasy. Oh yeah, everything we're listening to right now is from Metal Hellsinger. You should get a few empty bottles and save some of the wash mix for when big batches happen. You know what? You have a good idea, Chatter. Yes, an excellent idea. Up, there's a Marine with a camera to take a picture of this dude posing mid-fight. The surf is just coming up going like, my lord, hold that pose. My lord, you're aura bombing. My lord, just stay right there. Just stay right there, Sergeant. Stay right there. All right, I think we're done with the wash. So we're gonna put it in a bottle. Does the orc have a server stud? Do you know how orcs work? It's so goopy. Wash named Ultra Juice. Yes, man. Yes. Let's try. We're gonna rebase the orc and burnt sienna. Chat, we're gonna make this dude white. We did a dark skin tone for the Terminator captain, or sergeant, I mean. My other sergeant from my kill team has dark skin. I haven't painted a white dude in a while.
Shades of gray were never meant to stay.
Make the sergeant a redhead? Nah. We'll decide the hair like as one of the last steps, don't worry. Right now though, he's just gotta dry. Baxel, welcome. Parts that are dry. Leather. Oh, there's a connection point there. We should get rid of that. We're gonna do the orc's armor right now, using coal black. What the? Oh, never mind. Newer to this stream, have you read any Warhammer books? Yes. We have a book club every month. Sometimes it gets delayed because of life. We have so far read The Infinite and the Divine, Flesh and Steel, Caiaphas Cain, For the Emperor, and right now we're reading Caves of Ice. We've also read the first 3 Gotrek and Felix books. That would be Troll Slayer, Skaven Slayer, Demon Slayer. That's all for the book club. Myself, I have read one of the Horus Heresy anthology series. I skim a lot of the Horus Heresy books just to find excerpts and examples of things that I'm talking about as we talk about things on Explaining Warhammer to My Girlfriend. So I know the broad strokes of most of the books, for the Horus Heresy, that is. Let me think. I've read The Twice Dead King. I've read both of them. I've read Severed. I've read, let me think. Hell's Reach, technically. I haven't sat down and read it, but I watched the adaptation, which is just literally a taking the audiobook and like making animation to it, so it's great. It helps that I crash out about you about the Horus Heresy books I'm reading. It really fucking does. It really fucking does, Lou. Yeah, I think the Warhammer books are pretty sick. I think a large majority of them, though, you can 100% skip. Like, it's not like you haven't done the required reading. Like, who gives a fuck? I don't care. But currently, for this month, we are reading Caiaphas Cain, Caves of Ice. I was thinking about making the book club bi-weekly, because I feel like, A, it'll give me way more of an incentive to read the books, because I feel like I started really strong with Caves of Ice, and now I have like 2 hours left in the book, and I don't dislike what's happening. I just don't think I like it as much as the first book. It's not a problem. I'm in the midst of the Krieg book, and it's starting to outshine the Horus Heresy books for me. That ultimately is gonna, like, depend on what you personally like. I have many friends who are like, I don't give a fuck about Space Marines. And I go, that's fair. Maybe you shouldn't read the Horus Heresy. I have some friends who are like, I only care about orcs. And then they read all of the orc books. And you know what the best thing they can say to me is? My buddy Gappy. Love him. He loves orcs more than anybody I know. He loves them. He loves orcs. He has read every single orc novel. And you know what he told me? He read Void Scarred because I told him that there were orcs in it. And halfway through that book, he texted me and he was like, dude, I care more about the elf plot than I do the orcs. And I was like, oh my god, really? And he was like, yeah. And if that's not an endorsement of that book, I don't know what is. Void Scarred by Mike Brooks. Mike Brooks, my goat! My goat! What the fuck are you saying, F1? Enjoyer? I love background lore given in Horus Heresy, but it's the characters that make them work. 100%. I had a whole conversation with Gappy the other day where he and I... It was an interesting conversation because he said... I talked about on one of the previous streams where we were painting Terminators, like, Space Marines are like aliens compared to humans. Like, they don't think like we do. They don't have the same morals. They are... Well, obviously, everybody in the Imperium doesn't have the same morals as we do. But Space Marines in particular, like, the way they work, the way their biology is, they might as well be aliens. They're not human. They don't consider themselves human. The humans of the setting don't consider themselves human. If they have to put a descriptor on them, they say they're transhuman. They are above us. And he and I had an interesting conversation where he said... we had this whole back and forth where he was like, well, why do they... You say that they're not human, but there are many books where they are humanized. And I go, yes, because otherwise you don't really have a plot. But I'm more speaking, when I said that, I was speaking about the broad strokes of the average Space Marine, where why do we follow characters like Marnius Caligar, Demetrian Titus, Grimaldus? Why do we follow these characters who, even though they don't have the same morals as us, why do we follow them? Because they are going through something that is interesting to us. They themselves have a bit of humanity that we can relate to. For example, Grimaldus, being a Black Templar, doesn't give a single solitary fuck about the human lives in Hell's Reach. He doesn't want to fucking be there. But it's not because we don't enjoy Grimaldus' story because he's like an asshole. You can enjoy that aspect of him. But what makes us follow his character is because there is something relatable fundamentally about his character, and that he is terrified of death. He is terrified to die. And he's put in a situation where most likely he's gonna die. He's not gonna make it out of this. So that already is an interesting concept. That is something that a lot of people can relate to, of like, well, I don't want to die either, so where's this Grimaldus guy gonna go? You know? Transhuman, Warhammer gone woke. I mean, yeah. Titus is a bit of a interesting case because Demetrian Titus is sort of a blank slate. He is like a John Warhammer type guy, so you are more meant to imprint onto him. Because Titus doesn't really have much of a personality other than, like, he is your bog standard fucking Ultramarine. That is it. Our modern Space Marines, mostly heavy mid-wash than their Horus Heresy counterparts. What do you mean by that? Could you elaborate on what you mean by that? Because I'm not sure I understand. So, you have a lot of characters who are not human, but we follow them because there is an aspect of them that is. I'm trying to think of another example. Like, Space Marines don't feel love. Not in the way that we do. We feel love by we go to another human being, platonically or romantically, and we go, I like you. I would like to spend time with you. That is love. I would do things for you because I love you. Space Marines, it's a little weirder. They almost have like a sense of duty. Now, you might come to me and go, but they have that brotherly bond. That brotherly bond is more akin to co-workers, I would argue, than it is to any actual love. Now, obviously, this varies on chapter, because I'm sure there's blood angels out there, and I've seen the passages. There's some blood angels out there who are like, oh my god, just fucking make out already. Oh my god. You guys need a room. Go to the bone temple and just bone already. Holy shit. Oh, mind wash. No, I'd say all Space Marines are pretty brainwashed, around the same. Loken had a love interest. I would argue that was one-sided because that lady walked in and went, ugh, god damn. But I don't know if Loken would have seen it that way. Unless I'm not thinking of a specific passage. Another character who, on the subject of love, Pedro Cantor in Rin's world has a unique relationship with a human woman who you could say it's some sort of love, but whether or not Pedro, like, it's not romantic. It's something else. You know what I mean? Like, there's an interesting amount of chemistry that a Space Marine can have with a human, but whether or not they actually feel love or happiness or appreciation in the same way that you or I do, I don't think that is the case. I don't think Space Marines have emotions that we can really comprehend, in that it is going to be similar but different. Space Marines are not humans. They are similar to humans, but they are different. Space Marine to the guards about, what will you have in 500 years? It specifically said that he loved her or felt the closest to love that he could ever feel. Okay. That's cool. That's interesting. Now, with that being Loken, and that being a heresy era, I do think that Space Marines in the Horus Heresy era were far more human. The bad and the good. They were far more human. They were far more emotional. And they didn't have nearly as much as the Imperial... They didn't have 10,000 years of brainwashing injected into their fucking heads at the ripe age of, like, 12. You know what I mean? Like, they didn't have that shit. So, like, if a Heresy Marine met this guy, if an Ultramarine of the Ultramarine Legion met Sergeant Jovan here of the Ultramarines chapter, they would have very little to actually relate to one another, and even littler to actually be like, oh yeah, we agree on XYZ. I'm sure they'd agree on some stuff, but I'm sure that the Heresy era Ultramarine would be like, whoa, dude, you gotta fucking chill. Yeah, our Primarch is around. That's cool. What? he's looking at, like, the fucking Imperial Guard and all the shit they get up to, and he's just like, what the fuck is this? What is that? Following this, Ava, check DMs. Okay. Ooh. Mercedes? Mersadai? I'm not going to get the name right. Their meeting was one of bitter, heartfelt sorrow and love. Loken took Mercedes' hand in his, and they gazed at one another for the longest time, neither able to articulate what they were feeling. Though in Loken's inner monologue, the only word he knew to fit the situation is love. Aww. It is pronounced like Mercedes? Okay. You can never be too sure with Warhammer. Aw, that's sweet. Now, let's be real. When we're talking about these emotions, I'll loop back to this again. We are talking about the average Space Marine. This dude doesn't know what love is. No idea. Never felt the emotion in his life. He might care about things. He might care about his brothers. But would you call that love? Would you call getting along with your coworkers? Or, I know there's probably somebody watching this who was like in the military. Would you call that love in the same way that you love a family member? Maybe. Absolutely. But it is different. Fundamentally. He doesn't have a name yet. This is Sergeant Jovan. Okay. I believe he is fully dry now, so let's move on to the other details. The orc. Okay. What are we gonna do about the orc? What do goths look like? Like browns and blacks. Okay. Yeah, we can work with that. Let's base it brown first. Let's base like his clothes brown, and then we'll decide what should be black, and then we will go from there for the skin. Because I can see where the skin is. This is skin. That's ripping through his clothing. A little bit of this will be skin. No, that's just meat. Okay. That's skin, so there's 3 parts of this that are skin. It's his arms and his head, and then the rest of it is like belts and shit. So that's a belt, that's another belt. Is it another belt? What is that? That's another belt. He's like wrapped in belts. Is he a Kingdom Hearts character? What the fuck is he wearing? He's got belt, he's got like a corset on. Hi, Vivi. I'm deciding how to paint this orc. Why did it unfocus when I told it to do that? Okay. What's the story here? How did this orc die? Sergeant Jovan killed him. He died. What color are orc guts? Red? Good question. Depends on the book you're reading. Sometimes red, sometimes green. Okay. You know what? Why don't we base his shirt in dark warm gray, and then that'll make the black armor like more painted looking on, like it's supposed to be black, you know what I mean? Chat, we're not Looney Tunesing this orc's death, and then Sergeant Jovan just comes by, puts his chainsword in there, and goes, "Surf, take the picture. This will make a great propaganda post." I refuse. I refuse. No, Sergeant Jovan, he is a mighty warrior of the Emperor. Can you believe that we're 9 days from a possible reveal of 11th? Possible. It's guaranteed. I don't want the guts to be like a brick red. We're gonna go with Wazdaka red. Have you also seen Who is Officially Alive? Yeah. It was the most obvious debate I've ever fucking seen. God, dude, when the fucking 11th dropped and people were like, oh my god, Yarick is dead. That was a real litmus test for me of like, who just heard it from someone else? And who actually read the passage that said, Yarick is missing in action, assumed killed in action. What do you think of his new model? Looks good. I mean, it looks like Yarick. God, the amount of people... I talked with John about this earlier on the stream. The amount of people who are like, and Angron is gonna do a big fight with Gazcool and blah, blah, blah. And then, like, a couple months ago, maybe a year ago at this point, the person who made that post, who was like, oh, this skull looks like Yarick, they came out and was like, yeah, that was just like a funny bit. I didn't expect people to actually believe it. So, that's funny. It's still possible, but not in the same way that people are going to think. Like, there's no, like, revenge thing going on. Like, you kill my Yumi. That's not going to happen. Everybody is on Armageddon, Angron included. So, there's a non-zero chance that Gazcool and Angron are just going to fight, but it's not going to be, like, two bitter rivals. Like, no, they don't know who the fuck they are. He just goes, oh, big red thing. Is it possible in the future you could do a video speaking about your partner, the Imperial Guard? I mean, yeah, definitely. But also, I hate the Imperial Guard. I fucking hate the Imperial Guard. I hate them. I hate them. I hate the Imperial... No. Yeah, for sure. I hate the Imperial Guard. I hate them. Every day I wake up and I go, I hope another guardsman died today. Imperial Guard or Krieg. I don't want to do Krieg. I find Krieg, like, kind of boring. And I don't blame Krieg for that. I blame the oversaturation within the fan base of Krieg. Oh, this is really liquidy. This is very thin. I think Armageddon Steel Legion is cooler, because, like, the Krieg, I don't know, they don't really speak to me. It also doesn't help that there's a lot of weirdos who like Krieg. Not saying all Krieg fans are weirdos, but somehow it's always either Krieg or Black Templar fans, you know what I mean? It's somehow always those freaks. We'll do another coat in a minute. Some people are freaks. Yes. Some people who play Space Marines are freaks. I still collect them. I'm not going to let them get me down. But we have to be aware that there are freaks out there. Did you mention Geospatial Cults in the Tyranid video? I might have mentioned them, but we haven't done like a dedicated video. Steel Legion helmets are worse. I kind of agree with you. I kind of agree. I think visually Krieg, but like in the colors of the Steel Legion, look way better than both Krieg or Steel Legion. You know what I mean? I also don't think we're gonna get Steel Legion. I don't think we're getting a refresh of Steel Legion anytime soon. They look too similar to Krieg. And as a business decision, why the fuck would you do that? Why would you release something that looks very similar, but just painted slightly differently for a faction that, like, just got a big refresh of, well, a bunch of new shit for Krieg? I don't know why they would. It would be cool. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying, like, I would fucking hate that. I would like that. I like Steel Legion, but I think it's far more likely to see Katachan get something. An upgrade sprue that has alt heads would be nice. You know what? I agree. I think an alt sprue would be a fantastic compromise. We need new Katachan. They look real bad. They're real bad. In a perfect world, we would have a kill team or an upgrade sprue of every single guard regiment, and they would all sell well, and everybody would be happy. But the problem is, there's like 8 kajillion fucking guard regiments, so you focus on the popular ones. What's the most popular guard regiment by a wide margin? It's the Krieg. So Krieg don't even just get a kill team, they're gonna get a whole expansion. That was one of the most successful kill teams they ever made. They would be stupid to not make a whole, hubbabaloo, you know? Primaris Grey Knights, a perpetual cope. Maybe 11th. Rip Tylarn. Tylarn Desert Raiders look fucking sick! Why is the orc orange? Not orange, burnt sienna. It looks orange on camera, though. So, this is mainly just a base coat. We base coated the Ultramarine in that as well. You can definitely see it on, like, his back here. And it's just to represent the dust that's built up. Read the worst Black Library novel, or look at every Krieg and shovel meme in existence. Pick your poison. I'd rather read a bad book than experience the same 5 Warhammer memes regurgitated for 12 years. Frankly. Does Katachan have a ton of minis, though? They have a unit. They have 2, I believe. And it's old as fuck. Krieg used to have a unit. But again, I don't think they're gonna go for Krieg. They're not gonna go for Steel Legion because they visually look similar to Krieg. And Krieg just had a big, here's brand new units and cavalry and here's a character and yada yada yada. I don't think they're gonna do Steel Legion after Krieg. Isn't Katachan in the top 3 in terms of popularity? That I don't know. All we know... here's a good guess you can do. Is it on the box? It's probably not as popular as you think it is. I've talked to so many people who are like, Ultramarines are like the most popular Space Marine faction. Not true. I would bet money that they are probably not even... Well, they're not in the top 5. Top 10, maybe. Okay, what do we need to base coat here? We need to do the cloth. Where's my bold titanium white? Ultramarines are just the easiest one to market. Yes, because they have all the primary colors. They are a bold, bright blue. They've got the bold scarlet red. And they have the yellow, represented by a really nice gold. It's very striking. They feel most popular among GW staff. Yeah, it's the box art. Rumor has it, it's usually either Dark Angels or Blood Angels that are usually the most popular. Maybe. I don't know. We'd have to see a poll. There was a poll on, like, Reddit a couple months ago that was like, what is the most popular successor chapter? And, like, Raptors are really high up there. People love the fucking Raptors. Oh my god, they're like Space Marines, but they perform like an army. Yeah. Now, personally speaking, I think that's cool, but also kind of boring. I love how you did the helmet on the model you just shown. I am completely drawing a blank and can't remember his name. I know it's not Gorilla Man. This is Calgar. This is the old Calgar model. This is no longer Calgar because he was removed from wearing his Gravis armor, so I put him on a different base. And now he's just a regular captain. Raven Guard and White Scars are never popular favorites, and that's a shame. Yep. Dark Krakens are high up there. No lore, just vibes. Yep. Yep. 99% of why people like a chapter are very simplistic, and oftentimes it does not have to do with the lore. You wanna know why I fuck with Ultramarines so heavy? They're blue. What's my favorite color? Blue. Yeah, white and black are like, well, black especially is deceptively hard to paint, but white is like notoriously difficult. Imperial Fist would be a lot higher too, probably, if yellow was easier to paint. And thankfully, with things like contrast paints and people like sharing around info way more, it is easier to paint white and yellow and so on and so forth. It's much easier to paint that stuff. What AOS models have you painted? I don't have any of them here, but they are with Carrie. I have like a full 2,000 point Slaves to Darkness force that I've been slowly painting. I'm doing a black metallic metal with bright silver highlights, and instead of the red, I'm going with like a sort of purplish burgundy type cape, and I'm trying to give them all, well, notable characters, not regular Chaos Warriors, because who cares? I'm trying to give them all glowing blue eyes, because the lore and the story around my Slaves to Darkness is that they think they are loyal to Archaons, so they have like the black metallic, but they use Bellacor's colors, because actually Be'lakor is mind controlling them, so they've got sort of like almost like a flesh eater quartz type deal where they are just insane, and sometimes they're lucid and realize like, oh my god, we need to like get out of here, and they remember that they are like being mind controlled, but it's not very often. Bro, the title was called Ava Paints an Orc. Why the fuck is there a blueberry there? He's just got a bit of an headache. He'll be fine. He'll be fine. Be'lakor is using your army to fight with his son. Yeah, there you go. You're getting it. You're getting it. Just looking at what needs to be base coated. Let's do the orc skin. Okay, I don't know exactly how I'm gonna do this, because I don't have very many green paints. So a lot of this is gonna be off the cuff. I'm painting black armor, but it's a bit Raven Guard. It's Legion of the Damned. Yeah, black armor is deceptively difficult, because black armor is not black. I love how chapters I never heard about have a wild following. Orcs fighting the Milk Drinkers chapter of Glebad Prime system, and their fans lose their shit. 100%. Get a Bane boy over here. He'll be right as rain. He'll be fine. I forgot to base the meat in his arms. God, this paint is so thin. At least base the head. You got ibuprofen? I just got a pain in my head. Fucking love white scars. White scars are cool. They're really, really cool. Ava, did you hear Huron Blackheart is getting a new model? Yeah, that was like 2 months ago. It's not that he's getting a new model. He has a new model. What happened to that poor orc? He died. Is this 3D printed or kit bash? So this is a 3D print, but it's a 3D print of an official model that you can no longer buy. It is out of production. This is a, I believe it was commemorative or like a celebration unit called Sergeant Jovan. And it's just a cool Space Marine in a cool pose. And I was talking to my buddy Vivi, and I was like, yo, can you print this? And she was like, yeah. And so now I have Sergeant Jovan. Ava, you're so sassy when Instant Chat asked you a simple question if you saw something or not. I don't think that was sassy. I apologize if it came off that way, but... Okay. We're doing this with Death Guard Green. I don't know how this is gonna go. Let's just do it. Let's find out. Was it 3D scan or sculpted for that purpose? This is a scan of the official mini, I believe. But frankly, if it's out of production, me no care. GW, if I can't buy a miniature officially from you, I will find ways to get that miniature. I'll go to some crazy fucking websites. How deep and dank an alleyway would you go to get a mini? I've done some deep and dank shit to get my minis. And you know what the best part is? I never got them. Because I was away on a trip when they got to my house. So I emailed the mailing company. I emailed UPS. And they were like, oh yeah, we'll find your package. And I was like, okay, cool. And then like 6 months went by. And I emailed them again. They're like, oh yeah, we lost that shit. That shit's gone. Do you think it's time we got a completely brand new faction in the game? We already did for 10th edition. It's called Imperial Agents. Smile. Good morning, my love. Good morning. Look, I'm painting my first orc. Doesn't he look all bright and healthy? I'm gonna wait for that to dry. While we do, we're gonna base... Well, we're gonna do another layer of white over the cloth. Praying for Chaos Mechanicus. You're more likely to get that in Horus Heresy than you are in 40k. Gabby just texted me, are you mad at me because I didn't play Space Marine with you? Yes. Yes. Do you hate me? Do you hate me? Do you hate me? You need to be so for real with me right now. Do you hate me? Nah, Gabby, I just wanted to paint some fucking blueberry. I wanted to paint Sergeant Jovan, bro. All right, here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna do a 1-to-1 with Coal Black and Mephiston Red to base the Space Marine helmet. Right here. Oh yeah, Carrie, Yarick is alive. Imperial Agents will be an actual faction when James Workshop gets off his ass and gives them an actual faction rule. No. I want them gone. I want them completely fucking gone. Fix your ally rules and get rid of Imperial Agents. Me no care. Dude, it was so funny because Gappy texted me yesterday and he was like, yo, do you want to play some Space Marine 2? And I was like, I'm actually really fucking tired right now. I actually want to go take a nap, but when I'm awake, yeah, we'll play. And he was like, oh, all right. He texted me at like 3 a.m. this morning because he's in Ireland, right? And he went, bro, I saw your message and I was like, damn, a nap is actually sounds really good right now. So he also took a nap. Bro, we just went to bed. We just went to bed, bro. Are you looking forward to the new expansion coming to Darktide tomorrow? I feel weird about Darktide. And it's not Darktide's fault. I just feel like I never know what I'm doing. And I don't know. I like Darktide. But I love Adeptus Arbites, Ava. You will play Kill Team, and you will fucking like it. No Arbites in the official game for you. Get the fuck out. Get out! Get out! Coal Black and Mephiston Red. We're going to make a really, really dark red. God damn, look how dark that red is. Okay. Make sure I don't have very much on the brush. We are working around some very detailed bits. You will tear my silly assassin from my cold dead hands. I'm not saying get rid of all of the models that are in Imperial Agents. I'm saying either make them an actual army or fix your ally rules, meaning you don't need the Imperial Agents faction anymore, and get fucking rid of the faction. I had that same palette. It's really good. It's really good for like very liquidy paints. Let's get more of that Death Guard green on the orc. I never really understood Imperial Agents. Neither does Games Workshop. You're fine. Nobody knows what the fuck the faction is or why it exists. If you take Imperial Agents out, Ava, how will I play Grey Knights? By playing Grey Knights. You have your own book. So here's the deal. I don't have any green washes or green contrast paints, so I don't know where we're going to go from this step of the orc skin. But we'll find out. When they got, the first thought that came to my mind was, okay, we've designed all these new characters and whatever shall we do with them? Just call them Imperial Agents, and they are. I don't know. Is this because you need a whole faction for 4 Assassins models and a handful of Inquisitors, plainly? And they won't even restore Obi-Wan, Sherlock, Colosso, the cowards. It's true. It's true. Imperial Agents kind of silly. Why is Deathwatch in there? Why is Deathwatch an army, period? The hottest takes I will ever have in regards to 40k is that Custodes, Deathwatch, Grey Knights should not be a faction. Just shouldn't happen. Alright, let's do Dark Warm Grey. Going back to Dark Warm Grey. You are correct, they should be Imperial Agents. True! Custodes only showed up in 7th, didn't they? I think it was 7th or 8th, yeah. But, like, I think when you have... This is how you get into, like, awful power scaling debates, because then, I'll make a video, and I did, talking about, like, yo, Custodes are so fucking strong, it's insane. They're so fucking strong, it's insane, bro. It's insane. And you play them on tabletop, you're like, yeah, they're strong, but, like, not as much as Ava was saying. It's like, yeah, because in their lore, they're, like, fucking cracked. But in gameplay, like, they're just a pretty elite army. Do you think another underlying reason why there's a bunch of people who get really upset about the whole thing of Custodes can be ladies is the fact that Custodians are, by a wide margin, much stronger than Space Marines? More organized, more rational, physically more powerful. And now that there's ladies in there, it just, like, just really ruffles their jimmies. Partially, yeah. Like, obviously it comes back to misogyny, 100%, but... But my lore, I don't care. Who is stronger, a bunch of custodians or one clown-painted boy? But GW did it the wrong way narratively. Okay, like they do that all the time though. Like this is the main thing is that I don't with the argument, I don't like how GW did it narratively. They do this shit all the time. Of just like, oh yeah, this thing that you knew, yeah, it's changed. That happens all the time. Also, the reason why it went about the way it did is because that part of the codex got leaked. And people were freaking out about it and spamming their fucking social media. So they said, fuck it. Make a statement. Yeah, there's Lady Custodes. And the new canon is that there's always been Lady Custodes. And that's the end of that. Nobody freaked out when they added Omegon to the Lord. Nobody freaked out when they added Primarchs. Nobody freaked out when Necrons were changed fundamentally. Nobody freaked out when Squigs were no longer Tyranids. Some people freaked out about the Wraithbone thing and the Grey Knight's secret thing. But not nearly as long as this whole, like, Custodes thing has gone on. And I wonder what the difference is. Is it because it involves ladies? Yeah, 100%. It's because a bunch of misogynists and bigots out there can't deal with it. The culture war freaks. Did anybody freak out about the poop lore? Yeah, grifters. Grifters and fucking... Yeah, just culture war morons. The Wraithbone thing was purely performative. Nobody actually cares. Yeah. It's not that big of a change. Like, it doesn't really matter. I freak about the poop lore every day. Do you think you would do a reaction video for Space King? No, I don't like flash kits. Okay. We're going to Mephiston Red. I'm going to use this brush that's old as fuck and is all frayed. And we're going to do little pokes onto the helmet. Do you mind if I ask why you're not an admirer of flash kits? I don't like the language they use in their videos. I don't like their use of AI in their videos. And I also think their sense of humor is really fucking stupid. I do not like Space King. I've never seen it. I wouldn't like to see it. I'm good. It does not look like it is my jam. They use AI? Yeah. GW's way to retcon lore is stick it in there and see who notices. You gotta start looking at lore not as like hard rules, but as like loose and fast guidelines. There could be female Space Marines tomorrow. And you know what would change about the setting? Not much. Like, at all. I just need people who get bothered by that sort of thing to ask themselves why they're being bothered. And realize that the arguments that they have are not valid. We had a whole discussion with somebody in chat not that long ago who was like, but they changed the lore. It's 30 years of established lore for the female custodies. And like, yeah, they do that all the time. Like, why does this one bother you? Why are you so laser focused on the whole, like, women? That's a little odd. Don't do that. Everything is canon, nothing is true. Yeah. I mean, in GW's own statements, like, about, like, custodians or, like, femme marines or whatever the fuck, like, they have said, like, yeah, if something doesn't exist, that shouldn't stop you from creatively doing whatever the fuck you want. But I guess I'm sort of a weirdo who actually reads what the company says about their IP and not just watch grifters online complain about it. That makes me kind of unique. I'm not saying any of you do that. I'm saying the people that we are discussing about. The bigots, the misogynists. The people who don't actually... I shouldn't say aren't actually in this hobby. But I will say, like... they certainly don't act like it. God, I love Mephiston red as a color. Oh my god, what a gorgeous red. Look at that. Look at that. Yes, man. Yes, now it's coming together. But Ava, women killed my grandma, okay? A lot of people have internalized misogyny. They feel upset when they don't know why, so they cling to any excuse. Yes, 100%. But I think it's not my responsibility to show people that they have internalized misogyny. However, if you come into my chat, you come into my house, and you start spouting some internalized misogyny, and I go, hey, you seem like you have some misogyny. It seems like you're kind of bigoted about some stuff. Don't fucking, like, I don't know, man. Maybe take that into account. If a friend of mine, or somebody I was watching, and I made a statement going, hey, I think, what's some radical statement I would never fucking make? I don't think trans people are real. Like, what? Let's say I said that to somebody, and they went, I think you need to do some research. I think you need to do some education. Personally, I'd be like, you know what? Maybe I do. Clip it! Clip it! Clip it! No! 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 Get him! Get him! I would argue that we all have internalized misogyny. I agree with that, Carrie. But the important thing is to recognize it. It's to recognize it, and then what you do with that, that is what makes you... Like, I definitely had internalized misogyny. You know who radicalized me into being a fucking feminist? My girlfriend, Carrie, the love of my life. We have had conversations where, like, I would say something, and I'd be like, but why don't you just... Or why doesn't this happen? Or why don't you do this? Or why don't you feel this way about that? And there was one that I'll never forget. She looked at me and she went, Ava, shut up. You don't get it. And I went, whoa. She's never told me to shut up before. We sat down, we talked about it, and at the end of that, I went, you know what? I didn't see it that way. I learned. I grew. It's okay to recognize your ignorance and to learn. I love learning. Our whole show is about learning. I'm thinning down coal black into a glaze consistency, or a wash consistency, if you will. I want a bit thinner, actually. And this is why we based this in a lighter gray. Because when it runs into the recesses, we get free highlights. It also darkens it down a bit, but that's okay. You are who you choose to be. True! Ooh, a little more paint, please. A little more paint. Just a little more paint, sir. Ooh, a little too much paint, sir. Always go thinner than you think you need to go. At least when you're doing like glazes and stuff. Because you can always just add another layer. We're gonna have the eye lenses be black. Because the helmet's not on. Like, it's not activated. I had a lot of misogyny back in the day, even though I was basically raised by my sisters. Sometimes you just have to grow out of it. It's growing, it's learning, it's, you know, it's to just be normal. But you definitely see this kind of stuff on full display whenever, like, any sort of change happens in the 40k space. Can you mix Death Guard green with the yellow to make a highlight for the orc? We're gonna do the highlights for the orc in a second. I'm just working on the Space Marine right now. I'm basically trying to do everything that I can before metallics. But I think we're gonna have to do metallics sooner than later. Yeah, we will. Okay. Wait! A little more Mephiston red. Just a drop, just a drop, just a drop, just a drop. Ah, these bottles! Can you make the orc alive? No. No, I hate orcs. Does the sergeant have service studs? No, thank fucking God. Which actually, thank you for saying that, because let's do his face. Oh, he's got like a little speck on his eyeball or something. Some people gotta learn how to express an opinion like a normal person. Not gonna lie, I'm really tired about the state of fandoms generally. Like, people get so up in their feelings and feel entitled to say whatever the hell they want without consequence. A large part of that is the anonymity of the internet. You know, we're gonna do Ancient Stone on his face. And we're gonna... Well, hold on. What are we gonna do? What are we gonna do? What are we gonna do? What skin tones do I have? What skin tones do I have? Aha! Kislev flesh. Wait! A khaki. Yes. Let's do khaki to base his face, and then we'll do... Are these similar? No, Kislev Flesh is lighter. Let's do Kislev Flesh. I was gonna suggest Nuln Oil, but you made him an ultramarine. I don't use washes. I did once upon a time. No longer. Wait! Almost forgot. This part of his head needs to be shaded. There we go. Whoa, 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 whoa! Did you see how much got washed in there? God damn! Whoa, 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 whoa! Okay. I'm gonna use the washroom really quick. I'll be right back. I'm back. are kind of dirty. That's okay. Alright. We're gonna need a couple coats of this. Because it is very light. But it is like a pretty good pale skin color. Alright. Can a Judicar mini be used by any chapter, or is it Black Templar only? Are you talking about the Justiciar with the, like the hourglass in his hand? Because that's just like a chaplain in training. Any chapter can use them. Also, Justiciars. A new thing that came in 10th edition. And it was like, oh yeah, these are chaplains in training. They've always been there. Weird. Weird that we heard no hubbub about that. Sup, came back from the new trailer called The Return to Armageddon. It was awesome. It is. I am more certain than ever that I am the most correct person on the planet. Sorry if I go off camera while painting the face. I mean, it's the face, right? Saturnine, yep. 99.9% of all Warhammer lore is, hey, check this thing out. By the way, it's been here the whole time. You go, oh, okay. Dead Orc looks wicked as hell. Thank you, thank you. It makes no sense for the chaplain thing to be brought up, but a justiciar specifically was not a thing before 10th edition. Chaplain in training is like, whatever, that's fine, who cares? I'm talking about the fact that they like literally can stop time, and they have like the vow of silence and everything. That's a lot more than, oh, they're chaplains in training, you know? They can what? Yes. The thing that Justiciars carry around with them, it has like an AoE time slowdown and sometimes even time stop. It supposedly is what gives them fights first. Yep. Let's highlight that orc skin. I need a new palette. This one's too fucked up. Sometimes GW lets randos be a little busted as a treat. It's true. Ogren camo. Or Ogren, depending on your pronunciation. Theme of dead orc. Sorry if I'm off camera, I'm sorry. We're cranking this shit up. italics time. Not a Goth! He's dead, Gappy. He's dead! Holy Ava Speaks again? Bro, I'm locked in. He was gripping that mini. I need to.
回す Tick Tock Tick Step Step Stock 測る刻むところと心からだつるつるすべすべなめらかな嘘と感触で生かせて磨くとがらせる交差する平らになる私は何ひら回す Tick Tock Tick Step Step Stock 測る刻むところと心からだ
Armageddon will be the 11th box. We're going to Armageddon, baby! Beautiful orc. Thank you. Thank you. It's my first one.
ちそっと顔を近づけてみた土と湿れの匂いかなページめくれば記憶と世界が動き出したあの日ごと色づき飲み込んでく星はかけた見えるかなここまで空に叫ぶんだ闇と霧を裂くように愛を愛を愛を君が思うよりもキュートで巨大さ進むんだ虹も街も巻き込んで愛を愛を愛を届け長い夜を越えて通り銀河の果てどうか生まれ変わっても覚えていて星の光が瞳に差して泣けちゃうくらい綺麗だと笑う顔は時間すら超えて輝いてる土砂降りに打たれてうずくまってもにじむしかいこと飲み込むから僕と塊と君で立ってるんだつまずきは進化の地きっと愛だ愛さ誰か思うよりもキュートで巨大さナンセンスなバーベンドはごめんだどうか愛を愛を永遠の最果ての地の果て君に会いたいって願うから描き出した物語 づけてみた土としれの匂いかなページめくれば記憶と世界が動き出したあの日をと色づき飲み込んでく星はかけが見えるかなここまで空に叫ぶんだ闇と霧を裂くように愛を愛を愛を君が思うよりもキュートで巨大さ進むんだ虹も街も巻き込んで愛を愛を愛を届け長い夜を越えて遠い銀河の果てどうか生まれ変わっても覚えていて星の光が瞳に差して泣けちゃうくらい綺麗だと笑う顔は時間すら超えて輝いてる土砂降りに打たれてうずくまってもにじむしかいこと飲み込むから僕と塊と君で立ってるんだつまずきは進化のうちきっと愛だ愛さ誰か思うよりもキュートで巨大さナンセンスなバーテンドはごめんだどうか愛を愛をドアの最果ての地の果て君に会いたいって願うから描き出した物語さねえ月とじ今日も愛を歌うよ響け長い夜を越えて遠い銀河の果ていくら生まれ変わってもラララそっと顔を近づけてみた土としれの匂いかなくるくるもっとこのシェキわわわめきらファントピアくるくるもっとこのシェキたったたんでもなキャントピアとくるくるもっとこのシェキわわわめきらファントピアくるくるもっとこのシェキたったたんでもでファンタビなベイベダンスとダンスで幼稚園の街ブラ重なっちゃったならもうあっちゅう間頭ずっとチカチカもしかしてこれさえ見さしずめセラピーデュアデュアラタタデュアデュアギャラクティックにシン音漏れラデュア くるくるもっとこなしき Yeah無邪気な素振りでしたたかなパにアストロなポイあたかたなパピーそけないとこなんかも素敵ランデブーも近づくなななナイーブにビーバッ巻き込めばライカデイティン羽のちさかな触れたハパナイスな日々タタタタタタタうたた寝は最上のバカンス私無関心なふりして白亜紀から来た地帯人ハラハラ気にしてる雪吊りの人たちもジェラシーかつて世界は転がりゆくのはメキラメキラメキラメキレキレキレキレキレシェキくるくるもっとこなしき Yeah無邪気な素振りでしたたかなパにアスト
さすらいのフライボはこりゃ祭り林の山根どころさ好み一ついざ今日ば探すちょいちょい咲かせえんやこら任せチントンからリオピータララちょいちょい咲かせえんやこら任せいろはにほへと花吹雪ご覧遊ばせ皆の衆ゴロゴロリン外の下女りじゃ右さ左さえいもせず意義はよいよい帰りはでかい空さ輝くお月さまこりゃ大きな丸さをい重ねて遠き夢ば見るお祭りじゃ恥じらこじらさ旅さ出て花咲かせいや踊れ転がれ天だドランあれどなくちょいちょい咲かせえんやこら任せチントンからリオピーヤララちょいちょい咲かせえんやこら任せいろはにほへと花吹雪それは悪いガラクタのようなお召し物それは悪い夢の詰まりした待て箱ほらはさすらいの名前も持たぬフライボー祭り林の山根どごろさ花探す意義はよいよい帰りはでかい意義はよいよい帰りは丸い意義はよいよい帰りは怖いそこさ見えるはいかなる不思議この場限りの奇て烈話死んだ万象ほがされお祭りじゃあじらこじらさ旅さ出て花咲かせいや踊れ転がれ天覧ご覧あれどなぐほらはさすらいのフライバーこりゃ祭り林の山根どころさ好み一ついざとば探すちょいちょい咲かせえんやこら任せチントンからリオピータララちょいちょい咲かせえんやこら任せいろはにほへと花吹雪ご覧遊ばせ皆の衆ゴロゴロリン外の下女りじゃ右さ左さえいもせず意義はよいよい帰りはでかい空さ輝くお月さまこりゃ大きな丸さをい重ねて遠き夢ば見るお祭りじゃ恥じらこじらさ旅さ出て花咲かせいや踊れ転がれ天だドランあれどなくちょいちょい咲かせえんやこら任せチントンからリオピーヤララちょいちょい咲かせえんやこら任せいろはにほへと花吹雪それは悪いガラクタのようなお召し物それは悪い夢の詰まりした待て箱ほらはさすらいの名前も持たぬフライボー祭り林の山根どごろさ花探す意義 意義はゆいよい帰りは怖いそうさ見えるはいかなる節にこの場限りの規定列話死んだ万象ほぐされお祭り味がこじらさ旅さでで花咲かせいや踊れ黒がねけんだほらあれどながほらはさすらいのフライバーじゃ祭り林の山根どころさこの道一ついざ飛ば探すはそれちょいちょい咲かせえやこら任せチントンからリオピータララちょいちょい咲かせ塊魂ここにありここにあり
Whatever. I forgot about the homing beacon entirely. That's fine. How's it coming? Me when I hold on to the homing beacon of forgetfulness. I forgot the homing beacon. No, I'm just focused on Jovan. You've been locked the fuck in, homie. It's honestly very impressive. Yeah, I'm having a fun time painting this. I can see why people paint orcs. You can't really tell if it's a goth anymore, but, I mean, it's an orc. How you doing, Possum? How's everybody doing? Carrie, if you're watching, did you get something to eat? I'm getting a drink right now. Good, I'm glad. I just got back, so thank you for waiting.
Viens jouer avec moi maintenant.
Not fully dry yet.
Viens jouer avec moi tout le temps. Tu es mon ami pour toute la vie. Gata marida massi. Viens rire avec moi maintenant. Viens rire avec moi tout le temps. Tu es dans mon cœur, un ami pour la vie. Gata marida massi. Quand tu es loin de moi, l'univers me semble si froid. Mais soudain,
It's gonna get cold. I got the window open because we're gonna be working with some alcoholic paints in just a moment. Any matte varnish you recommend? What kind of matte are you looking for? Because the matte varnish I use is from Rust-Oleum, and it just basically seals the mini. It doesn't get rid of the shine or anything. They say it's matte, but it's not. Matte is like what this guy looks like. Flat. No light really reflecting off of it. That would be something like an ultra matte. But I just use like the regular Rust-Oleum one. I tried their enamel. Oh shit. Rayleigh? What's up? Sorry, I think you came in while I was locked in. How you doing? Check it out. I'm convinced every time we talked about Sisters of Silence, Ava just didn't talk to us for a bit. No, I was just locked in. Have you seen the stuff I've done to this orc? Sobs. We haven't even gotten to the real blood effects yet, Gaffy. We haven't even gotten to the worst of it. I picked the worst time to come back. Look at him. I'm very happy how the shoulder came out. It's almost exactly as I wanted it. Like, you can still tell it's a goth. But, like, obviously the paint and stuff has been, like, so messed up. I like that. I like that little detail. Okay. We're going to do the writing for the scripture on the purity seal, and then we're going to move over to the alcohol paint. Is that one from the package that got delivered to our house? No, this is from a different package that got to me. No, this is package 2. Package 1 had, like, some knights in it. I haven't painted them yet, though. Alright, just need a speck of brown. Thanks for painting this one, Ava. I like painting it. I like painting the orc. I like Sergeant Jovan. Okay. Okay. Alcohol paint time. I want to see you assemble Pandora's Sorceress on stream. Me too. I want to do that. I would like to get this done in one stream. I would like that. BRB. Okay. If you're gonna use this, video as a tutorial, or this stream, I should say, when you get to this step, you need to have a window open. You need that ventilation, because we're working with isopropyl alcohol. Please... Please, please, please. Practice some safety when you do your painting. One code for you, one sit for me. Cat hat delivery's been delayed 7 hours. Uh-oh. I can't get over how pretty this gold is, man. It's so good. I reflexively went for the water. Don't do that. It's not the end of the world, but still. You don't want to be doing that. The paint water demands to be sipped. No, no, you don't want to be sipping this paint water.
Expect to make your imagination. It's not just anymore. Middle Stop emotion, come on! Would you imagine? Ladies and gentlemen,
Are you doing any special highlights for his DEI chin? No, I think we're done with the head. Or are you talking about the orc? Mr. Sunshine, come on. Put a small spot of white where the spine should be? No. I'll tell you why. There ain't no spinal cord in there. Boy is made of fungus. Okay. We're done with the alcohol paint, so I'm closing the window. Finally. It is too damn cold. Okay, these brushes go back over here.
Expect to make your imagination.
We're gonna need Gilliman Flesh again.
Well, those can stay in there, I suppose.
Don't stop the motion. Come on. Would you imagine?
What'd you think of my Warrior of Light? I saw her. She's cute. You will get drippy. Do not worry.
Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Sunshine, come on.
If ever reads or goes through most of the Warhammer books and the Battletech lore and World of Darkness lore, I vote we call him Page Master Ava. That ain't me, bro. That is definitely Possum. Possum is the Page Master. You know why I don't do as much research as Possum? Because Possum's built fucking different. Me? I'm small potatoes compared to him. Oh, dude. Yo. Yes, man. Yes. almost forgot the chainsword.
そこにいるアンノン雑踏に紛れ行き交う皆お前らそんなやつだったかそんなにも元気がなかったか昔からそれなりに押したり引いたりしてるのななかなか成果がな出なくて苦しい時もある気合を入れてもな次にやるとき疲れるぜそれならほそぼそと延々続けて巻き返せ昨日の自分を超えてみろできると信じてやってみろ失敗すること気にすんなまっすぐに押してみろ小さなことなど気にすんな大きいことだけ夢描き前向きに倒れろ全力で転がせみんながな全員な下を向いてる感じがな奥ゆがしい思いやるルールがなんだか壊れだな自由なマインドと溢れるそう危機感を感じ立て上がるお前らどっかに忘れたかこんなにも夢がなかったか目を開け考えろ昔のことより今を見ろ将来のことなんて気にしたところで始まらねえ
Where's my tiny brush?
虚しくなるからやめようぜ脱力で楽しんでダメでもともと動き出せ昨日の自分を超えてみろできると信じてやってみろ失敗すること気にすんなまっすぐ
I found it.
押してみろ小さなことなど気にすんな大きいことだけ夢描け一時は前向きに倒れろどこまでも転がせこないだ電車に乗って街中見た景色いろんな感情表情よどんだ茎に
Do I have an old?
走るとことこ進むゆらりゆらりとなんだかかんだか気分どんだと転ぶゴロゴロと回るあれよあれよと傷だらけいてと起きるバタバタ歩くよいしょこらしょとどこいしょな気分だんだんと当たるあちこち悩むありゃりゃありゃりゃと立ち止まるお日様は昼寝してさめざめとつれづれ雨上がりキラキラと晴れやかに遠くへライライライが着付けんやさライライライそんでえじゃないかライライライヘイデイはじゃけよやさライライライそんでえじゃ
No, I know what skeletons of orcs look like, but they are not traditional. Also, there's no sculpt for a spinal cord in here, so either way, it would still be red. A lot of meat in there. Hey guys. That's Sergeant Jovan. We have finished him. I would put a transfer on his skirt, and I definitely want to weather it with some pigment powder when we eventually get our hands on some. But that is Sergeant Jovan, and technically my first orc. All in one stream. Also technically the first regular, like, Tacticus Intercessor that we've painted on stream. Calgar check. Yeah, on a battlefield, these two would fit in right next to each other. Two sergeants. Yeah, I'm very happy how this turned out. Also, the shoulders, battle line, or close support. I don't know. I don't know what kind of sergeant I would want him to be, because I don't have any assault intercessors. I have 5 regular intercessors. For some reason, the Imperial Fist Combat Patrol doesn't come with 10. It only comes with 5. 1 second. There's just one little bit I'd like to quickly touch up. Just this. All I'm doing to touch that up, like any gold that's got on some pretty dark parts of the mini, I'm just taking that dark gray blue and just thinning it down to like almost a glaze, and then just very briefly touching it. But that's my first orc. I'm very happy, and it's very satisfying to do the shoulder pad and the armor and stuff. I would probably not spend as much time as I did on the skin for normal orcs. I would probably find something else to do that, maybe a contrast paint or something. But I do ultimately like how the skin turned out. I'm a big fan of the weathering, especially on the shoulder pad and the chainsword. Like, these minis look like they had just been in a duel, and the sergeant here has done like a Space Marine 2 execution on this guy. Ripped off his arms and his torso and then embedded it into his head. Like, bro was fucking angry, and now is just like standing over it, you know? I'm very happy how the helmet came out. I very much like how the helmet came out. I'm glad we went with the darkened lenses, because I imagine, like, he slots it on, and then it, like, turns green, the lenses. Yeah. Overall, very happy how this turned out. As you can see, I didn't do the eyes on him, because why? I actually kind of prefer the, I mean, like, from 3 feet away, also angled like this, you're not going to see the fucking eyes. You know whose eyes you will see? Probably the orcs. So I took some extra time to dot in some Evil Sun Scarlet in there. I'll probably put a transfer on his loincloth, also the shoulder pads, when I eventually get my hands on some Ultramarine transfers. But as far as the stream goes, that's pretty much it. Pale green is fitting for bleed out. I also just kind of prefer pale green orcs. I'm going to be real. But yeah, that's my first orc. That's Sergeant Jovan. I want to thank Vivi, moderator of the channel and friend of ours, for printing this mini for me. This was a joy to paint. I had such a fun time painting this, and I cannot wait to have this sergeant on the field with all the other miniatures. I'm very, very, very happy how it turned out. I'm also very happy we got it done in one stream. You know? Like, that was, like, this is basically a character, you know? Very happy. Very, very happy. But yeah. I can't wait to post some pics online. I can't wait to varnish him so that the paint won't chip off. I still have yet to put transfers on like any of my miniatures, so that'll be interesting. But I'm happy how much I have evolved as a painter. I'm certain that even a few months ago, I would not have been able to approach this mini as I have today. So I hope you learned something from this. I hope you zenned out. I hope you jammed out if you were listening to the music. Thank you very much for coming on by. We're probably going to do a stream tonight. We're probably doing Magic Monday, Infinity Nikki, with Carrie and I. And, yeah. I'm very happy how this turned out. I'm like kind of blown away that I pulled this off. I think my favorite part of the mini, honestly, like I love the blue armor, don't get me wrong. Honestly, it's the orc. The orc is the star of the show for me. The way the shoulder pad came out, I'm very happy I went for the checkerboarding, but it's so scratched up. Like, I didn't want the checkerboards to be perfect because why would they be? This guy's dead. He was just in a scrap that saw the end of his little orky life. So why the heck would the paint be like chip and perfect or whatever, right? Also, he's an orc, but at the same time, like, you know, that paint's gonna be extra messed up. But yeah, very happy how this turned out. Again, hope you learned something. Hope I answered your questions. If I didn't, well, catch me in the next one. Should I have blood splatter on the white loincloth? No. Maybe. That's something we can add later, but currently, I think this is fine. I think sometimes less is more. And I certainly feel that for blood effects. I think some people, when they do a blood effect on a miniature, they go way too hard. And I think it kind of ruins the piece. I think for what this is currently, because remember, this isn't done. We have to base it, and then we're going to put pigment powder all over it. So, like, all over the feet, all over the bottom of the orc, all over the loincloth. So, like, he will look like he's in the same environment. Could have also, you know, maybe his squad mates took this orc out and he just, like, happened to take the chainsword and end it, you know? His foot could be a little bit bloody. Again, these are things we can add later. But as of right now, I'm very happy with where this is. But yeah. Thank you all for coming on by. Hope you enjoyed my first orc painting stream. I'm gonna go get something to eat. I'm quite hungry. Oh my god, everything's wrong. I'm quite hungry. Let's do a quick Warhammer news check. I don't know if I'll be back tomorrow, chat. I don't know if I'll be back tomorrow for a painting. I might take a break. I might take a day off. No Warhammer news. Everything is just, like, kind of revolving around Yarick at the moment. Okay. Well, thank you all for coming on by. Oh, right. I forgot to mention, if you want to buy me miniatures, for whatever reason, I have a throne. I don't know how to link it, but you can find out on my Blue Sky. But yeah, I'm going to chill. I'm going to go eat. I'm very hungry. So, thanks for coming on by, everybody. I will chat with you later. Bye-bye.